Good morning, everyone. I'll be doing a short devotion under the theme, Time. The scripture reading is taken from Jeremiah 29, verse 11, and it reads, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you, not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." Here endeth God's holy word. Thanks be to God. Now, God's word advises us to use our time wisely because He knows that there are many things in life that can distract us from what truly matters. Do not waste your time so that you look back in regret. You do not know what tomorrow holds for you. Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you so much for bringing us here today for this event. Lord, help us to have a productive day, a productive event. Lord, guide and protect us here, the people here now, Lord God, people coming. Lord, help us to have a successful day. Bless us now. I'll put everything in your hands. In your name I pray. Amen. But before I go, I would like to say a small quote to just, let you reflect on for the rest of the day. Time wasted can never be regained. Invest time now, not later. Thank you.
It's DCSSYMPOSIUM. Oh, look, it seems as if we're live. Good morning, everyone. Bienvenido. Welcome to the Department of Communication Studies Spring Week of Excellence Symposium 2022. We want to welcome all our guests, our teachers, and especially our DCS family for joining this year. Our theme is Resilient Communication, Paving the Way to Recovery. I'm your host, Anthony Atkinson, and my co-host today is Mahiri Stewart. May you tell our viewers, why is DCS Symposium and Affirmation so important to the DCS family?
Well, DCS Symposium and Affirmation is of great significance to DCS because it exposes DCS students to professionals in the industry, along with what to expect and what's happening. In terms of affirmation, it is important that we recognize and applaud students for their hard work.
Good stuff. And to be clear, viewers, you're tuned into the DCS Symposium, after which we will have the affirmation ceremony at 3 o'clock. We're live on Facebook at NTU, at DCS at NTU, and YouTube, NTU DCS TV. Now, our sponsors for today are Trending Things, bringing creative design, drinkware, apparel, accessories, and all things you love.
Extreme Groceries offers fresh produce daily, whole foods, green groceries, fresh water, fish, poultry, ground provisions, cosmetics, and customer discounts.
And Patmar Flowers and Decor, specializing in gift baskets, event and floral arrangements, providing fresh and silk flowers and a wide range of decor.
OJ Coolers offers an impressive blend of products that caters to the entire family, including fruit juices, milk-based products, and to a lesser extent, fruit-flavored drinks.
Prime Awards and Novelties, custom trophies for your sport events, award ceremonies, and special occasions.
And Mrs. Taft Lewis and Mrs. Carol Morgan, friends of DCS.
And speaking of DCS Symposium, let's hear our acting dean of the College of Humanities and Social Services, Dr. Vincent Peterkin, bringing greeting to us.
Good morning. Welcome to Northern Caribbean University, to the College of Humanities, Behavioral and Social Sciences, and most specifically to the Department of Communication Studies, the DCS. We are presently in the middle of celebrating the DCS Week of Excellence under the theme, Resilient Communication, Paving the Way to Recovery. It is said, it is easier to sit up and to take notice. What a difference is standing up and taking action. Today we are celebrating mission, vision, enthusiasm, commitment, and character. To this end, I am delighted to greet each of you at the staging of this symposium. We are honored to have you as a part of the NCU experience and want to thank you so much for joining our family. The word soaring is easily identified with eagles. Eagles do not hang out with ordinary birds, and ordinary birds do not fly where eagles soar. Eagles hang out with eagles, and soaring beyond the ordinary is their trademark. Soaring is what eagles do. Eagles do not take flying lessons from chickens. Neither does the DCS. For these reasons and more, we invited and embrace you, our industry professionals and significant stakeholders, to share your wealth of knowledge with us and our students, present and future, as well as to motivate graduates from the DCS and other professionals. We are excited about our programs in television, radio, public relations, and journalism, and are confident that the outcomes of this symposium will help to generate new skills, professional and networking opportunities, or even business ideas as we seek to navigate the way forward. The DCS, soaring is what we do. And thank you so much for being here with us today and sharing with us on this wonderful journey. God bless you abundantly and welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peterkin. For those of you who are just tuning in, that was the Acting Dean of the College of Humanities and Social Services, Dr. Vincent Peterkin. And what did he just tell us?
He was talking about graduates, right? And
Yes, he was.
We're about to leave, but I know that this is not your first affirmation and symposium.
Of course
Over
not.
the years, what would you say is the best symposium and affirmation?
Well, the one that you're watching right now is it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be probably one of the best ones we've ever put on. But you remember what you were saying earlier too.
Yeah.
Eagles don't take flying lessons from chickens. Eagles don't take flying lessons from chickens. And that's what we are doing here today. We are making sure that people are prepared. That's what Symposium's all about.
Yeah.
Getting people prepared. Teaching these DCS students, giving them testimonials from professionals
Building
in
them
the
to those in
working
the
world.
working world.
Right?
Right. Well, now before we get things started, let's have an item by Daniel McClarkin, after which we'll provide instructions for the breakout session at this time.
DCS, we are the best. DCS, we are the best no matter what we have to press. No watch hardship, a time at the test. DCS, we are the best no matter what we have to press. No watch hardship, a time at the test. DCS, we are the best no matter what we have to press. No watch hardship, a time at the test. Study for your test, do your best, ensure your rest, show up as your best. See God's kingdom, pray, have faith. Walk out bold. Yes, we just send in the work and deal with the case. See it you know, we mash up the place. Continue strive, no watch no face. If them attack, just tell them to brace. Come out of your way and give their little space. Move up, man, come make haste. DCS, we are the best no matter what we have to press. No watch hardship, time is the test. DCS, we are the best no matter what we have to press. No watch hardship, time are the test. Come show them we are the best of the best. And a little bit of work, Miss Daly can attest. Big up with cheer, she are the best. With faculty, them better than the rest. Hey, we better than the West. Come talk, but we have a press. Go a TVJ, go and go make a check. And a hype me, just a talk with my chest. DCS, we are the best no matter what we have to press. No watch hardship, time at the test. DCS, we are the best no matter what we have to press. No watch hardship, a time of the test. You come for waste time, you better take up space. Man, try load up your mouth and talk with little bass. Waste your time if you're bother, go and fling my pencil case. COVID a come, we a go back face to face. Try rebrand yourself, change up your pace. Change up your style, fi go back face to face. Things are go and we a take over the place. What a piece of thing is a Usain Bolt race. With department, I go be on the front page. We a change up the style, we a go back face to face. We begin at the world, we used to the stage. DCS, we are the best no matter what we have to press. No watch hardship, time at the test. DCS, we are the best. We have to press. No watch hardship, time is the test. DCS, we are the best no matter what we have to press. No watch hardship, time at the test. DCS, we are the best no matter what we have to press. No watch hardship, time at the test.
DCS, we are the best no matter what we have to.
No watch hardship.
Yeah.
Time of the test.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniela McLaughlin.
Thank you very
for that
much.
wonderful poem.
Yes.
It's time for the breakout sessions.
Now, right at this time, I'll be giving you guys the instructions for the breakout session. Now, the instructions are: 1, your Zoom ID should be on screen. 2, host should share their Zoom information with the meeting ID 839-7969-6643. I will repeat for the meeting ID 839-7969-6643 and passcode 852189. Again, the meeting ID is 839-7969-6643 with the passcode being 852189.
Hello and welcome to our radio breakout session here in the Department of Communication Studies Week of Excellence program. My name is Sanoke Hibbert and it is day 5 of events, and today is specifically the day of the symposium. Today is also an exciting day for me, for my guests, I am sure, and I hope it will be for you who are joining us as well, because today we get to talk about the world of radio, and it really is a very dynamic field. And if you have been following along with us, then you will know that we are celebrating a Week of Excellence under the theme Resilient Communication, Paving the Way to Recovery. And today we have a sub-theme working with Revealing Radio Readiness with Resilience. And leading us out under that theme is Moran Lanier Macau. I hope I got your name correct. And joining Mr. Macau is Dylan Matthews and China Marie. Now, just to give you a little bit of background on Mr. Macau, who will be our lead presenter this afternoon. He hails from the south side of Atlanta, Georgia, and he is popularly known as Moran the Man. He's an on-air radio personality for Dash Radio. It is a digital radio platform. He's also a DJ and music producer and has collaborated with the likes of DJ Scream and DJ Spins. He's also an official member of Hoodrich Entertainment. Moran has always had a love for music and for the entertainment industry. He began making beats in high school and was eventually introduced to radio and the turntables when he was transferred to the University of West Georgia. In 2014, Moran started an internship with iHeartRadio Atlanta and was eventually offered a job as a board operator. Exciting things. From there, he worked his way up the ranks and became a voice on Hoodrich Radio with DJ Scream and also on Power 96.1 FM. In the spring of 2017, Moran created the company 20 Infinity LLC. And the company is a collective that consists of DJ producers, hosts, and photographers. As of late, they host a show on Dash Radio. So welcome to you, Mr. Macau. Welcome, China Marie. Welcome, Dylan. You can inform me so I can best know how to pronounce your name. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, it's good to be here. How y'all feeling? And yeah, you definitely, my name's pronounced Moran, but it's all good. We're just going to credit it to the amazing accent of yours. So
oh, thank you so much. Hi, China.
Good morning. How are you all?
I'm well. Thank you for joining us. Dylan, this is the one I'm having the trouble with. Please let me know the correct pronunciation.
It's all good. It's Dylan. Trust me, people say Dylan all the time, so it's no worries at all. Dylan. But I appreciate the effort, though. Like Moran said, we just gonna credit it to your amazing accent, so it's all good.
Thank you. Y'all are so gracious. Thank you. So China and Dylan, we've heard a lot about you, Moran. So we just want to know a little bit more about China and Dylan. Please go ahead. I know that I think I heard that you all graduated from the same university.
Yes.
We did.
Okay, so where are you now, and how are you involved with the world of radio?
China, ladies first. You taking over the game right now, so I'm gonna take it back to you too.
I am nowhere where I want and need to be. That's where I am. No, seriously. This has definitely been an interesting journey thus far. I started out radio in college. First at the university, at Albany State University, then transferred over to the University of West Georgia. I've been in mainstream radio since 2014 at a company at the time was called CBS Radio, which is now, I think they're Audacity, maybe? Dylan? They're Audacity now, right? Odyssey?
Odyssey, yeah.
Okay, they're Odyssey now. I'm no longer with that company. But It's definitely been interesting. So I was working for a radio station called V103 as well as 1380 WAOK from 2014 until 2019. There I was going in with the thoughts of being an on-air personality, but I was quickly put in my place and was like, nah, that's not about to happen right now. So I definitely took a promotional route. Never thought about promotions. That was never on the forefront of my mind. However, it ended up being the best thing that has happened to me in my radio career, and I've gained a lot of opportunity from being in that department, learning so much, working with all of the different departments from marketing to sales to traffic, programming, again, promotions, news department, every entity of radio you could think of, I was able to touch on that even though I was in the promotion department. I kind of paused my journey there and went on to Charlotte. There in Charlotte, I'm still currently on air in Charlotte. I do an entertainment segment Monday through Friday in Charlotte, as well as in the Virginia market as well, for a station called Streets. The company is called Core Media Group. And I'm also based here in Atlanta for the same company, but my roles are a little bit different here in Atlanta with that company. I am a promotional assistant as well as associate producer for the Streets Morning Takeover, which is our syndicated morning show. We are in 10 different markets as well as I do traffic here throughout the week, mostly on Fridays, but if I need to fill in throughout other days, I do that as well. So I carry many different hats in the radio world. Again, never thought about doing traffic, but here I am. And it's kind of fun letting people know what's going on out there on those roads. But seems like I keep landing in the promotional and marketing aspect, even though my desires are to be on air. But I just take the cards that I've been dealt and play the game very well.
Oh.
So that's my radio journey.
That's solid. Thank you so much. Dylan.
Yeah, so just like Moran in China, I graduated from the University of West Georgia back in 2018. There I was the sports director. Well, I started off as a volunteer, eventually got to be a sports director. Once I graduated from there, I was lucky enough to get a promotions tech support position at iHeartRadio, or iHeartMedia, I should say. And I was there for a few months. Then I left there and I became a producer, board operator for 92.9 The Game, where I currently am now. And I just recently got promoted to be a full-time executive producer. So I'm doing that now too. Appreciate it. Go ahead. So I'm doing that right now. Also have my own YouTube channel because just like China, my desires are also to be an on-air personality. So, you know, with still kind of, you know, I'm just past year 3 at 92.9. So just still kind of, you know, paying my dues and slowly working my way up. And then the radio business, as far as, you know, what the company goes, I wanted to still create my own lane and still have my outlet. So I started my YouTube channel, and that's been steadily growing. So we're working on that right now. So I got my YouTube channel. I'm at 92.9 The Game. Also, as far as I have been able to do a couple of on-air things, we started a high school scoreboard show during football season. So covering high school sports, I go out to different football games and send in live updates to the studio. So, you know, I've slowly been working my way up too. But, you know, just grinding along and, you know, making it do what it do. We out here making moves.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, Moran, it's over to you. You're going to tell us all about radio readiness and how we can manage that or mitigate that through communication resilience.
Communication resilience. So what do you want to know specifically? Like, do you have any questions for me? Am I going to just give you, like, what do you want to know specifically, Mal?
Okay, so let's start with you just telling me what comes to your mind when you hear the theme. Let me find the theme again.
Okay.
So the theme is revealing radio readiness with resilience. And the larger theme that we're celebrating Week of Excellence under is, I don't know why I'm forgetting this, resilient communication paving the way to recovery. So it's all about resilience. What comes to your mind and when you hear resilience in communication, and how does radio readiness fit into that? Or, well, yes, let's start with that question.
I would say being open to change, and not being afraid to change yourself, because oftentimes in this business, what I've learned and I've seen, a lot of up and coming people feel like they have to accept whatever comes their way because they're new, and that may not necessarily be the case. You know, I can speak for my former classmates as well. We actually had the privilege and the pleasure to go to an actual college that really like prepared us for this industry, like thoroughly actually prepared us. Mm-hmm. So we like actually walk into a radio station and we meet a program director that doesn't expect us to have a good air check. That can get to some people, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. We walk into a radio station and we can like actually produce a whole show out of college that can get to some people. I'm not saying, you know, if you meet Sway in the morning for the first time, you're not on his level. I'm not saying you're on his level. I'm just simply saying, like, it's okay to be open to change, and it's okay to accept where you are on your level. There's nothing wrong with standing in your power and being able to say, no, I can really do this. I'm really good at this. My air check is good. I know how to use Adobe. I know how to speak. I know how to talk, if you're in that space. So definitely being open to change. It's okay to walk away from opportunities that's not for you. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, I look at my guy, Dylan. He used to work at iHeart with me. Mm-hmm. And he was always talking about how he wanted to do sports. And he took a risk on himself. And look at him. You know, I feel like we're literally talking to an example of that right now. So, and I feel like you can actually speak to that if you don't mind, Dylan. I think you can actually speak to that if you don't mind.
Yeah, so like you said, you don't have to take every single opportunity if it's not for you. Like, if you know truly deep down what your passion is and what you want to do, then go chase that. Like you were saying, like, for me, like, iHeart was a great stepping stone for me, but I knew that's not where I wanted to end up. I knew that wasn't my final path for me. So I was, and grateful enough to get that opportunity. I met some great people like yourself and many others. But it's funny because I graduated in May. A couple months later in June, I started at iHeart. Then by October, I was gone. I was at 92.9 because I was, lucky enough to able to get into that sports realm. And I knew I really wanted to be in sports. So I was like, while, I might be able to do whatever in promotions and I'm doing this, I was going to events, going to concerts, doing PA stuff on the mic and all that stuff. I knew my true passion was in sports. Now I knew for me to do that, I might have to not necessarily take a step back, but kind of restart and reload and start over to, be where I truly wanted to be in the sports industry. So that's why I went ahead and made the move to 92.9. And, here I am now. So like Moran said, if you know what truly is for you, and if you know, hey, I'm like that on entertainment, or I'm like that in sports, or I'm just like that in whatever, and I can do this, and I'm really about this, and I'm dedicated, and I'm passionate about, whatever it may be, then go follow that passion. Because at the end of the day, whatever you want to do, wherever you want to get, I'm sure it's not going to be easy. So having that passion, having that drive is what's going to separate you from the rest, because somebody who's just doing it because they're good at it and that opportunity got handed to them, they might think they can coast, but what's going to separate you is, you're going to get out of bed every day, ready to go, like fired up, ready to, make whatever you have to happen. That other person, they may be like, what, I don't feel like doing this anymore. Like I'm done with it. But you're going to have that drive because you have that passion and you're doing what you want to do. So that's really what's going to separate you, and that's what's going to put you over the top at the end of the day.
That part.
Go right ahead. Go.
Okay, so I definitely want to agree with what they said, as far as where you don't have to accept everything that or the first thing that come your way, especially if you're not interested in it. However, I do want to make it known and aware that sometimes you do have to not accept any random thing, but just acknowledge the doors that are being opened. So this door may get you to this specific place, i.e. me. I didn't want to be in promotions, but that was the only opportunity for me to get into radio in a mainstream, area, top 10 market at the time. So I had to make the decision of, do I still want to keep looking for places to go? I'm still in college at the time I'm still in college. These people been in the game forever. Or do I want to just like, I'm good on that? Or do I want to actually take this opportunity and make the best of it and see where it takes me? And so again, it's to each his own. For me, I decided, as long as let me get my foot in the door. Once I get my foot in the door, I can move around. And so for me, I've always took that stance. Even being where I'm at now, my idea was, when I come back to Atlanta, I have at the time, I was like, I have 10 years of radio experience. Now if I want to be on air, I'm going to be on air. But an on-air position wasn't available when I came back. A promotional assistance was, and I knew that I can do that in my sleep. But I was like, I just need to get back in the door. Once I get back in the door, I can move around again. So it was kind of like I felt like I was starting over. But for me, mentally, as long as I was back in the building, I was going to figure everything else out. So I decided to take that just to get back in the building. So again, you don't have to, but you can definitely say like, no, I'll take this, but this is what else I have to offer. And this is what I'm good at. And this is, what I'm wanting to do. But make sure what you're putting out there, your work can actually back up what you're telling them, because that can be a whole different situation if it does not add up.
That part. I totally agree with that. And I 100% like, there's nothing wrong with, I was more so speaking to the idea of, yes, take an opportunity that's going to get you in the door, but don't abandon yourself to appease others. You know what I mean? So that's basically what I hit. Y'all both hit on great points, and I agree with both of y'all 100%.
Okay. So there's a question in academia. I don't know if you guys have encountered it, but certainly I have in my study here. And I think that future students probably will encounter this question. And it is radio dead? As a media form, is radio dead? Is it still significant? What is its significance? Who are the people that radio is reaching? What are your thoughts on that?
I honestly feel like it depends on, what it is you're trying to do. Me personally, I don't think it's dead. I feel like it's evolving. I think it's definitely evolving, but I personally don't think radio is dead, especially when you look at, discovering new music. Like they just really did, I forgot who it was, but they did a new article basically saying that even in 2022, radio is still the number one place where people find new artists to listen to. So in my honest opinion, I don't think it's dying. I think it's evolving. But what comes with evolution? More work. You start to see more people with podcasts. You start to see more people with websites. You start to see more people with ownership. Like, for example, we have Angela Yee, right? She comes to mind. She comes on The Breakfast Club. She's in the Radio Hall of Fame. She may not own the brand, The Breakfast Club, but she can build her own brand on The Breakfast Club and create lip service. Now she can take lip service anywhere she wants and do whatever she wants with lip service. So to me, I personally don't think radio is dying. I just think it's evolving, and with evolution comes more work. Even in the world of sports, you have Stephen A. Smith. He has his own radio show. He has his own podcast. He has, there are so many people in different lanes in radio that in 2022, they do more things than just radio. So I personally believe, just based on what I'm experiencing, what I'm seeing, people who really want to step into this era now, it's becoming obvious that you're going to have to do more than just talk.
Okay. It's interesting how you put that. Dylan, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I 1,000% agree with man. He said it perfectly. It's definitely not dead, and I believe it's really in all aspects. But I'll speak on sports specifically because that's where I'm mainly in. you still, if, you still turn on First Take to hear the debates. You still turn on your local to hear what happened in the game last night and hear your personalities react to it. So in the sports world, it's definitely not dead. Now, as Moran said, it's definitely evolving. Now anybody can start a YouTube channel. Anybody can start a podcast that want to get into it, but it's definitely not dead. When people are driving, and again, I'm speaking specifically to the sports world, when people are driving to work, driving back from work, whatever, and they want to listen to, talk radio, they want to hear about sports, they're going to turn on their favorite sports radio station, and they still want to call in. That's still a big part of radio too, callers calling in. So as long as you have that audience of people that, want to, talk about sports and, whatever, I definitely don't think it's really ever going to die, because we're always going to have that audience that, wants to call in about the game, that wants to listen to the play-by-play on the radio when they can't watch it on TV. So even though the consumption is changing a little bit, I don't think it's definitely not dying. Like Moran said, it's evolving.
Wow.
Absolutely. I definitely agree with both of them 1,000% as well. And even just coming out of the sports realm, like even in the entertainment side of things, like people always want a space for their voice to be heard. So we have social media, of course, but like Dylan said, when people are in the car, they're listening to the radio. It's a quick phone call so that they can voice their opinion, and they understand that thousands of people can hear them in that one moment. It's contesting. What are you giving away? You can't get free prizes from listening to podcasts. You can't get free concert tickets from listening to your Apple Music or Spotify. Like, those are the things that you can't. So it's really like a call to action for listeners, and that actual listener engagement that's keeping listeners relevant. Even when it comes down to television, there are very few television contests. Not saying that they aren't out there, because there are a lot of shows that, do things for people, but radio is something local for the most part. I mean, of course you have syndication, but local things, it makes you feel connected to your community. It lets you know what's going on in your area. And it gives the people a chance to make it feel like that they can be heard, to the celebrities or to your radio personalities and everything. It's that connection. It's a bridge, a gap bridger, maybe gap bridger. Yeah, that. I think that's the word I'm trying to say. Gap bridger.
Okay, thank you all so much for filling in on that. Just jumping quickly to the chats here on YouTube, or the chat here on YouTube. Let's see what some persons are saying. Well, a lot of persons are agreeing with you guys. And here's a comment. It says, I think we also have to realize that media is still valuable, even if its audience is a small group. Radio is still relevant for the grandmothers and the grandfathers who just will not give up the radio. Someone agreed with that comment, and someone else said, we must learn to measure success and impact. We must learn to measure success and impact not only by numbers. Wow, that's powerful. What do you guys think about that? Let's talk engagement on radio. I mean, I think you touched a lot on it, China Marie, in regards to, people wanting their voices and their opinions to be heard. And I think that, well, I don't want to be stereotypical, but it's true for the older generation. I think they tend to listen to radio more, and they get a kind of validation probably for their opinions, especially in Jamaica. I know for Jamaica at least, people call in to talk shows to talk about politics, especially politics, all the time. And sometimes you have the same persons calling over and over and over again. So, everyone who is listening know these people, and the hosts and the entire production team know these people because they participate. They continue to participate. So, if as a budding radio media professional who is thinking about going into the world of radio, what are some of the pointers that you would give to say that that would help me to captivate my audience, to ensure that engagement is happening, and yeah, let's talk about engagement in that aspect as a budding media professional with my eyes or eyes on the field of radio.
So 4 things I want you to remember: 2 E's and 2 I's. Being in radio and being behind the microphone or behind the board, whatever part you play in radio, your job is, as it pertains to your audience, is to empower, entertain, impact, and influence. If you can remember those 4 things, you will be very successful. And you mentioned it earlier, it's not about the quantity that you are impacting, it's the quality. If something that I do all the time, whether I am doing the traffic or if I'm going out to a remote or an event, I always pray and I say, God, let me do or say something that's going to impact your people. Mm-hmm. So if you can do that throughout your day, as you're producing your show, as you're putting whatever your job or role is into radio, if you can remember those 4 things, empower, entertain, influence, and impact, you are doing what you need to do. Okay. And your audience is going to be there.
And to go to what China said, I would like to speak to quantity versus quality, because unfortunately we do live in an era where people do get caught up on numbers. Listen, from what I've experienced, 1 million followers does not mean 1 million fans. It do not mean that. If just because 1 million people heard it, that doesn't mean 1 million people like it. That don't mean that. It just literally means 1 million people heard it. But let's say, I don't know, 500,000 people heard it, and out that 500,000 people, 300,000 out that 5 really rocks with you. You win it. So definitely, really, really focus on making good work. Don't get caught up in the numbers. Don't get caught up in the appearance. Really just focus on making good work. That's the most important thing, because that's what wins in the end, in my opinion. So,
and to back off of that, making good work, I think that comes from being yourself. So when you ask the question, how can you get that engagement? How can you make a lane for yourself? And how can you, if you stick to China's 4 things, but say them again, China, it was impact, influence,
influence, empower, entertain, and
empower.
Empower, yeah, that's what I figured. It was empower.
Those 4 things, truly, I believe you have to be yourself. So, and if you're yourself, more times than not, people are out there going to rock with you, because people can, I believe people can feel when you're genuine. So anybody out there that's trying to be a personality or a host or what have you, just be yourself. And people out there are going to gravitate towards you because they can feel you being genuine. They know you're being yourself and not trying to be fake and just do it for the fame and the glitz and the glamour or whatever. So main thing for me is just be yourself. And I feel like the rest will fall into place. So, because if you got that talent, that's going to show. But if you're yourself, then I think really the rest will just work out for you. So as far as, getting the engagement, getting the, fans or the listeners or whatever. And again, it is about quality over quantity for sure. But, it really all falls into place if you just be yourself at the end of the day.
I love that. Authenticity. That's awesome. Okay, so I want to know, and I think this may be interesting for the students that are watching as well. I want you guys to tell me one of your most impactful moments being on radio, whether it is working in traffic or in promotions or being on air, and one of the hardest challenges that you've had to overcome, and let us know the secrets or the skills that you employed to overcome this challenge or these challenges. Let's start with you, Moran.
When you say impactful, do you mean like something that I benefited from or something that I did, period? Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, it could be something that you benefited from, but probably something that someone came up to you, that you did or said, that someone came up to you later and said, you know, man, I'm really so grateful that you said this or that you did this because I was at this place and, you know, this is what happened. Something like that.
Because I'm not going to lie, humbly speaking, I really don't. I try not to get caught up in that type of stuff. I'm just being honest. If I'm just being honest, like I would say, I feel good being in a position where I can help people that really want to do this, if that makes sense. Like, you know, being in a position where once upon a time I was in the program director's office trying to get them to listen to my air check. Now people come up to me asking me to listen to their air checks. You know, I just got somebody with their air check maybe like 2 weeks ago. That's the type of stuff that I think is impactful. Like to be in a position where you can really help somebody. Because once upon a time, you know, I was in that position. I was just, just give me a shot. Listen to what I got going on. Like just hear me out. So in a position where people trust my opinion, I think that's what it's about more so for me. But I can't think of anything honestly off top where it's like, yeah, I did this one thing and it saved the world. I can't think of that right now.
Okay. What about the most challenging one?
The most challenging thing. Like I said earlier, I would just say, just really accepting the fact that everybody may not necessarily understand your vision. And like I said earlier, you know, like I accept the fact, you know, I understand the fact that, you know, there are people who have been doing this longer than me, but, you know, it does get frustrating sometimes where it's like you're talking to a 60-year-old about why this is amazing, but they don't understand it, but they're 60, so they're not necessarily supposed to understand. So those have been some of my situations where it's like, as a DJ in radio, telling a program director, yo, this artist is about to be the next biggest artist. Like we need to tap in with this artist before they blow up. And then they blow up and you're mad because they don't want to do a show. I try to tell you, but you know, hey, you know, they had a show at the Loft with 20 people. Now they're the biggest artists in the world. So it's that type, like I've encountered that type of stuff, but that's fulfilling stuff like that is fulfilling when you know what you're talking about. Because it's like when you are in a position like that as a DJ in radio, when you know Megan Thee Stallion is going to be the next biggest rapper, and then she becomes the next biggest rapper, now y'all got to come back and be like, okay, Moran, like we should have listened to you. So I would say maybe that's an example, but for the most part, I'm really just about helping people.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to jump on next? Dylan, China.
All right, I got you. So the most fulfilling / impactful thing for me. And this isn't this isn't for my 9-to-9 job. This is for my YouTube channel that this happened. So, well, it was sort of kind of both. I'll explain. Anywho, I was at the Atlanta Falcons. I was at Mercedes-Benz Stadium when the Atlanta Falcons unveiled their new Ring of Honor. I was covering that for 92.9 The Game, you know, just talking to, you know, the guys who were in the Ring of Honor, you know, getting sound bites from them and things like that. So when I was there, a young man came up to me. He walked up to me. He was like, you know, he recognized me. He was like, yo, aren't you like, Dylan, don't you have the YouTube channel or whatever? And I was like, yeah. So we chopped it up for a minute. He told me he was a fan, and he told me, you know, that he was aspiring to do this, and, you know, he really liked my work and things like that. And so, you know, he basically asked for my number and asked, you know, for all these tips and things like that. So, you know, just knowing, and obviously he was younger than me, so just knowing you're inspiring the youth and you're inspiring that next generation to follow their dreams and chase their dreams. And, you know, when you have somebody that's younger than you seeing you do something, and even if you don't feel like you're doing it that big, because I don't feel like I'm, you know, like China said earlier, I'm nowhere near where I want to be. But when you do have somebody acknowledge you and recognize you and say like, hey, like what you're doing, I want to do that. And like, I think you're killing it. So just having that recognition and knowing that I was influencing, someone of youth, someone younger than me, and inspiring them to, chase after their dreams and do what they want to do. That was really impactful and fulfilling to me. So, I always text back and forth with them and give him pointers and whatnot about, just advice or, whatever he wants to know or anything he's curious about. So that was like the most fulfilling / impactful thing for me. And the most challenging thing, definitely knowing I feel like we're in a world now of instant gratification. Attention spans are getting shorter. Everybody wants everything right away. And, sometimes we all fall victim to that, myself included. Mm-hmm. So when you start something or you do something or you go on a certain endeavor, you're like, man, it's about to be soon. I'm about to pop off right away. And then, it doesn't always go like that. It doesn't always happen like that. So the most challenging thing for me is really knowing that, the media industry can sometimes be a slow burn. Most of the times it's a slow burn. You got to, pay your dues. That's a real thing. You got to wait it out. You got to be consistent. You got to build up your brand. And, it's work too. You got to, if you want to be a media influence, you got to have pretty much every single social media. You got to have Instagram. You got to have Twitter or TikTok, whatever. So knowing that if you really want to do this, you got to be invested in it all the way. Because me, I'm not huge on social media. I don't even like to post stuff like that. But, those are kind of the things you have to do if you want, because if you're not promoting yourself, you can't expect anybody to promote you. If you're not rocking with yourself, if you're not showing off your own product, you can't expect anybody else to show off your own product. So, just realize, if I'm really trying to be my own brand, you have to promote that and show that. And, it's a grind. It's a challenge. So really understanding that instant gratification and, that slow burn and that grind is really something you have to embrace to get to where you want to get to. Probably is the most challenging thing for me that I'm dealing with right now. So yeah, there you go.
Okay. Thank you so much. China.
I would definitely have to say the most fulfilling and impactful thing that I've encountered is being able to grow my brand and use my brand to impact the youth. And just as Dylan said, and as Moran said, whenever you're able to reach back and help people, or if they're looking to you for advice, that's something fulfilling because they see that you are doing something that they are aspiring to do, even well enough to where they're asking you questions about it. And to take it a little bit further, from me having this brand, I've been able to create a reading program to where I go back into the school systems. Of course, COVID kind of shifted that to where I had to do it digitally. But that's been one thing, going back for career days, pep rallies, doing this, that's definitely fulfilling. And it keeps me level-minded because as I transition into talking about the challenges, sometimes I'm in the space to where I feel like I am overlooked because I'm not in the space of where I want to be or where I feel where I should be at this point, being that I've been in this for a little over 10 years now. So those are challenging moments. Remembering that you're not going to always hear yes. You may have to present an idea 100 different times, and you might present that same idea the same way 100 times, and on that 101 time it gets accepted, and it's I didn't change anything from the first 100 times, but it was probably just timing, so just being level-headed about that definitely is a challenge, and constantly telling yourself everything happens for a reason. For me, I don't believe in no's as it comes to radio. I just believe in not right now. So just because you told me no, to me, that's a not right now. So I'll try again later. And I have to keep telling myself that because there have been many times when I felt like I've been overlooked, where I know I'm adequate. I know that I am knowledgeable. I know that I know what I'm talking about. And sometimes it may seem like people just walk in and just fall into place. And it's where y'all come from? I've been working hard for this, and somebody, you know, but their walk is different and their journey is different. And I have to quickly remind myself of that. Like, my walk is not going to be the same walk as somebody else. It's like the pair of shoes that I have on, everybody can't fit those shoes because they're not meant for them. Those are my shoes, you know? So just remembering that, and that's how I get through those challenging times.
So insightful to hear from all of you. Moran, I have a specific question for you, and it relates to something I read earlier in your bio, that you started an LLC, a company that seems to be made up of different media professionals. I'd like to know why you started that company, and what has the journey been like for you, and where do you see it going in the future? And is it possible, I'm just going to throw this out there, is it possible that maybe, you know, some of us here from Jamaica may one day join in on the fun?
Yes, that is very possible, because one thing about me, I'm always open to listen, because it's a quote from Stephen A. Smith. I'm brilliant because I know I'm not. So I like being around people who know more than me. I like it because I don't know everything, and I definitely don't want to act like I do. So for me, I always wanted to have, like, when it comes to media, because, you know, I work in, you know, the music business and the media industry, right? So my specific side in radio really does focus more so on music. And a lot of people who I looked up to on this, because I studied, you know, people like DJ Scream, who ironically became my mentor. It was crazy how God worked, right? I looked up to people like DJ Scream. I looked up to people like DJ Drama. I looked up to people like DJ Khaled. I looked up to people like DJ Clue. And what do they all have in common? They all have their own businesses outside of radio. So when I finally linked up with DJ Scream and I started working on Hood Rich Radio and being a part of it, you know, he always would just talk to me about the importance of just having your own, especially when you come into a new situation, because you got to think, he owns Hood Rich Radio, but it comes on iHeart. So let's say hypothetically, he was to leave iHeart, Hood Rich goes everywhere he goes. So as y'all can see, Infinite Vibes, this is mine. I own this. Like, this is something that I own. You know, I own Infinite Vibes. I own this. This is, you know, it's ownership. Ownership is key. So 20 Infinity, just to break it down, is basically, you know, we really focus more so on the music side. You know, we have, like, I have records with artists. Y'all see things are coming together. Things are coming together. I'll just say that. But we focus more so on, like, you know, doing records with up and coming artists, events, etc. But I really do want to stress the importance of ownership in media. And I really hate to pull the race card, but especially when it comes to Black media, especially when it comes to Black minorities, it is important to have your own, because once it's yours, no one can take it from you unless you sell it. Nobody can take Infinite Vibes from me. I own Infinite Vibes 100%. We've had, you know, Ruby Rose have been on Infinite Vibes. Coyle Ray have been on Infinite Vibes. We done had, this is stuff that we've done on our own. 20 Infinity is mine. I own 20 Infinity. So when it comes to media, it is important to have your own. And that's one lesson that I learned when I left iHeart. It's like, yeah, I left iHeart, and I'm grateful for my experience at iHeart. I'm so grateful. But everything that I did with that company, you know, those videos that I did that got hundreds and thousands of views, they got paid off of that. I didn't, you know, and I'm not mad, but I just understand the business of it. It's like, what if my Kenny Beats interview would have been on my YouTube channel? I would have saw that check. You know what I mean? So I get it. I understand it's a platform. I don't take it personal. So the next time I'm in a big scenario, I'm coming with something. I'm coming with my own thing. So with or without y'all, I'm gonna be straight. Now it's a scenario where, hey, we just here for the resources. I'm here to help y'all with y'all stuff. Y'all gonna help me with my stuff. And it's so on and so forth. I think a good example of right now, as far as like a media company that is owned by a Black person, is Revolt TV. To see what Revolt is doing with Drink Champs and Big Facts and Earn Your Leisure, like, you have all these media platforms. Yes, they're all being broadcast on this one thing, but everybody, all the brands that I just named, they all own this stuff. So let's say if Revolt goes away tomorrow, Drink Champs will be straight. Earn Your Leisure, Big Facts, they will be fine. So if you're listening to me, it is very important to create your own something. Create whatever it is, your own YouTube channel, your own promotions company, whatever it is, because in this thing that we do is very dog eat dog. It is very dog eat dog. And the moment the major company has to do a budget cut, if they got to fire you to save themselves, they will. So, and it's business. It's not personal. It's business. So I highly, 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 highly stress, if you are listening to me, if you're listening to my voice, it is very important for you to start your own. If you have a college radio show, LLC your college radio show, because your college radio show might become the biggest college radio show on YouTube, and you can take it anywhere. You never know. So you should definitely, definitely, definitely be open to owning your own. So to answer your question, yes, there is a possibility that the people in Jamaica could come work for 20 Infinity LLC. It is all possible. And ownership is important. Having your own something in this is very important. So you see this? I own this. This is mine. This is a Black-owned media platform, Infinite Vibes. I own this 100%. 20 Infinity is mine. And I want to encourage everybody out there to, at some point, be open to owning something, because it's very important.
Okay. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dylan.
Oh, I don't got nothing important. I just wanted to ask Moraine, if I could hop on the track.
Yes, sir. You can't hop on the track. You can absolutely hop on the track 100%. I need the bars from Dylan. You can absolutely hop on the track 100%. Yes, sir. You can 100% with all that. Yes, I need that. I need those sports bars because Shaq be rappers.
All right. So we're almost at the end of the time that has been allotted for us for this session here. So I would like to get your closing words of encouragement to, young people here in the Department of Communication Studies. I mean, you've said a lot and said so much that is relatable to us, so much that is beneficial. The 4 points that China gave, I think it's EEII or IIEE. That's how I'm trying to remember it. And, talking about finding yourself and finding your space and, a whole host of good information and good advice. So we're going to put a lid on it until probably next year or sometime else when you guys are available and willing to share again. So what are your closing thoughts?
Start with me?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right, so I literally say this. This is how I start my week. I say this every Monday on my Instagram story. Just don't quit. I'm not saying don't cry. I'm not saying don't get frustrated. I'm not saying don't get mad. I'm not saying don't go through the emotions or the motions. Just don't quit. Don't quit.
I love that.
That's literally how I start my week. Just don't quit.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Dylan.
Yeah, for me, honestly, it's what Moran said. I won't piggyback off it too much, but for me, it's all about owning your own thing. Create your own path. Create your own lane. Because at the end of the day, and this was part of what Moran was saying, at the end of the day, like you can be on a platform and that's great, but when you have your own thing and you build up your own thing, whether it's YouTube channel, podcast, whatever. When you build something that's yours and that you started from the ground up and you get to a certain level, opportunities will come to you. People will come knocking at your door. You won't have to go, you won't have to go, ship your resume, email your resume to whoever. No, people will reach out to you. People will contact you about, hey, can you do this for me? So it's really about starting something in your own lane, finding out what you're passionate about, finding out what you love, what you would want to do every day for the rest of your life and not call it a job and do something with that. Make it your own, and everything else, everything you could ever want, well, I promise you it'll come to you.
I love that. Thank you so much. China.
I would definitely say stay consistent and persistent. Consistent and persistent. It's a fine line between persistency and stalking. It's a very fine line. And in this game, you have to tread that line, because you can mention something, and because the person you mentioned it to, they don't follow up with you. If you don't follow up with them, they're going to feel like you're not serious enough. So you have to stay consistent and persistent. And just as these fellas said, like, it's going to be some time where you just don't want to, like Maria said, just don't quit. Keep going, never give up. I didn't speak to the ladies today, but ladies, don't ever feel like, and fellas too, this can apply both ways. Don't ever feel like you have to put yourself in a compromising situation to get ahead. Stay true to your morals, stay true to your values, and it might take a little bit more time, which is perfectly fine, because you want to make sure that everything you have, you can say that you worked for it and that you got it honestly. That's about it.
Well, I just wanna say a big thank you to all of you for coming and having enriched our space and enriched our program today. I learned a lot, and I don't know if you could quickly just tell us your social media, probably your Instagram handle, so that, you know, persons who have been inspired and motivated by what you have said today will be able to follow you for more motivation. Quickly, just tell us your Instagram handle.
Yes, Queen. Yes, follow me at Moran the Man. That's MoranThaman. Follow me. Also, make sure y'all tune into that Infinite Vibes. We drop audio every Wednesday. Infinite Vibes. Tap into the Infinite Vibes show. And yeah, I got a lot of great things coming up. One thing about me, I don't like to speak on anything until it's official. So just pay attention. God is working. And yeah, tap in with me. That's all I can say. For real. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Dylan, you can go ahead.
First and foremost, thank y'all for having me. It was an honor to speak to y'all. Y'all can follow me at _Dylan Matthews. It's DYLANMATHEWS. Only one T. I know. You can see it. You kind of see it in my name, but it's only one T. So just make sure y'all. A lot of people two T's, but it's only one T. But anyways, y'all can follow me at _Dylan Matthews on all social media platforms. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's just Dylan Matthews. You'll see it. And I'll put it in the chat too. But other than that, thank y'all for having me. Like Miranda Ty said, stay consistent, persistent, don't quit, start your own lane, and everything else will fall into place.
Thank you so much. China Marie.
Sorry, I was muted. You guys can follow me as The China Marie. That's TheChynamarie. Again, that's The China Marie, TheChynamarie. Thank y'all so much for having us. We definitely appreciate it. We do stuff like this all the time. It's not our first time being on panels together either. So
okay.
The fact that we've been paired up again, we appreciate this.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you to those of you who have joined us. I hope that you learned something and that you'll definitely be following our panelists today to learn a lot more. My name is Sanoke Hubert. I'm throwing it back now to Antonia and Mahiri, and they will take you through the remainder of the program. Thank you so much for staying with us.
Welcome back, everybody. I know both sessions were very informative and you learned a lot. Just want to say thanks to Mr. Giovanni Dennis and Miss Micaiah Morgan for hosting the Journalism Breakout session. Also thanks to Mr. Moran Macau and his team, China Marie and Dylan Matthews with Sinokia Hibbert, hosting the session. And for viewers who are just joining us, welcome to Spring Week of Excellence DCS Symposium. Our theme this year is Resilient Communication, Paving the Way to Recovery. So we just watched the highlight session. We were watching the radio one, because that's what was being played there. And we listened to China Marie, and she taught us about the 2 E's and the 2 I's. She said, entertain, empower, impact,
influence.
And influence.
Yeah. And they also talk about quantity and quality.
Yeah.
And to put your foot out there.
Yeah, because at the beginning, I remember she was saying, China specifically, she was talking about the fact that she got her foot into the door.
Right.
Right? She didn't see that her position wasn't there and just said, all right, whatever. She did what she could to get into the industry, knowing that if she did well at what she was doing, she would eventually get to where she wanted to be.
She thought it through, and that's something that we need to think about. Yes, you get opportunities. It might not be the one you want in the moment, but you have to look on it and say, hey, let me try this. Something else might work out.
Yeah, exactly. And we even learned a bit of media entrepreneurship because Moran was telling us about
ownership.
Yeah. And he had the logos. He branded himself very well.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of things that we as students can learn. Obviously, we do broadcast management, we do media entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
So we do learn about some of these things. But I think they were just great panelists. You could tell how experienced they were.
And your radio emphasis, how was that for you?
Obviously, I'm a radio emphasis, so I was listening.
I'm a lover of radio too. I do TV.
Yeah, I was very keen to listen to what they had to say because things down here are a lot different from things
they have more
up
resources,
there,
as
obviously.
you said.
Yeah, so that was a nice session.
Yeah.
Wish we could have seen the journalism one. We could only see the radio one for now, but we know for a fact that Mr. Giovanni Dennis is one of the best in the business.
Yeah.
And anyone that watched that, hope you learned a lot.
And remember to stay creative, as they say. Go for the opportunities and never, ever give up on yourself.
And once again, this symposium is sponsored by Trending Things, Extreme Groceries, Pat Marv Flowers and Decor,
OJ Coolers,
Prime Awards and Novelties,
Mrs. Taff Lewis and Mrs. Carol Morgan, friends of DCS.
Okay, now we welcome our Associate Vice President of Academic Administration with responsibilities for undergraduate studies, Dr. Charlene Sharp, to bring greetings to us.
Thank you for this opportunity of participating in your Symposium 2022. The administration really would want to say congratulations and good morning. We're really pleased and proud of what it is that you are doing here in DCS. On behalf of our president, Professor Lincoln Edwards, our vice president for academics, Dr. Vivian Quarry, all the administrators, the faculty, the students, the staff, the entire NCU community, we are congratulating you on doing this wonderful work during DCS week. You know, as Jamaica prepares to celebrate 60 years as a modern state, we're being afforded the opportunity to rethink our path, to rethink our development processes. And we're given this opportunity to ask ourselves, is it that development would have benefited all of our peoples, regardless of your status in life? As well as we're asking ourselves, is it that the people or culture, who we are, would have shaped our development? As media practitioners, we're asking you today to ask yourselves, what role are you playing, or what role will you play in ensuring that the characteristics of development going forth, that we're seeing those, you do have a role to play. When we speak about social cohesion, what role is it that you as students, future practitioners in the field, what role will you play in ensuring that we do have a safe environment in which to operate? When we speak of social accountability, for example, is it that everyone has a voice? Is it your responsibility to ensure that everyone has a voice? When we speak about trust in the society, does your profession have a responsibility to ensure that trust is there? What are the other features, positive, social, civic responsibilities, the social values which are part of the mission of NCU? Are we seeing those in our societies? You know, just recently I saw a quote, and I thought I'd share that with you. I'm not sure who the author is, but the person stated, "Ready or not, someday it will all come to an end. There will be no more sunrises, no minutes, hours, or days. All the things you collected, whether treasured or forgotten, will pass to someone else. What will matter is not your success, but your significance. What will matter is not what you learned, but what you taught. What will matter is every act of integrity. Living a life that matters doesn't happen by accident. It's not a matter of circumstance, but of choice. Choose to live a life that matters. Again, congratulations on behalf of the administration.
President of Academic Administration, Dr. Charlene Sharp. Now, at this time, we'll be introducing our keynote speaker, Carrie-Ann Kiki Thomes. Our keynote speaker is known for her charismatic personality, both on and off screen. Carrie-Ann Kiki Thomes has had a stellar career over 20 years as a television and radio presenter on and off screen. Her most recent gig has been that executive producer for Real Life, a show she produces and co-hosts with her husband, Denver Thomes, more popularly known as DJ Denver. She also moonlights as a disc jockey and actress. Many may remember her in her lead role in the movie Glory to Gloriana and Tanto Metro Devontae's video for their international hit, Everyone Falls in Love Sometimes. As the epitome of what it means to be a multi-potentialite, Mrs. Thomes is transformational coach, author, and entrepreneur. She authored the book Discovering You, Journey Becoming the Best Version of Herself, which serves for many as a manual for persons who are on similar journey. The CEO of Aligned Transformation Center, a center focused on holistic healing, mind, body, and spirit for both men and women, as well as the owner of Release Clothing Apparel. At the end of the day, when she steps out of these roles, she's a wife to Denver and mother of 4 sons. We will hear from our keynote speaker, Mrs. Carrie-Ann Kiki Thomes, after an item by Giovanni Baker at this time.
Search high and low, follow every byway, every path you know, climb every mountain, ford every stream, follow every rainbow till you find your dream, a dream that will need all the love you can give every day of your life for as long as you live. Climb every mountain, ford every stream, follow every rainbow till you find your dream, a dream that will need all the love you can give every day of your life for as long as you live. Climb every mountain, ford every stream, follow every rainbow till you find your dream. till you find your dream.
Thank you so much. That person's name is Giovanni. Oh, wonderful sounds of Giovanni right there. Thank you so much for having me. So good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, in case you're joining us online. Thank you so much for having me here today at the DCS Symposium. And today I've been tasked with presenting on paving the way, well, resilient communicating and paving the way to recovery. As you heard, my name is Carrie Ann Kiki Toms. I've been a media practitioner for the last 20 years, and it gives me great pleasure being here at NCU and at DCS in particular to be a part of this wonderful occasion. It's oftentimes said that persons who delve in the area of communication, if that's their profession, that not all the times they're great communicators, and I tend to find that to be so true. And it's for many reasons. First of all, we're in a performance-based industry, yeah? So, you are valued as how well you perform, how well you do your task, and whether it be you being behind the scenes, being in the control room, being the audio engineer, if you are the, lighting person, the presenter, whatever it is, it's oftentimes based on how well you do your job, performance-based. But not much emphasis is given to who you are at the core as a person, and that's really the foundation of everything. There is no, I'd want to say, bad company or no wrong in an industry, because it really has to do with the people that are in either the company or the industry. I heard a quote the other day, well, not really a quote, but I saw a video clip the other day of Shaquille O'Neal, and Shaquille was talking about the legendary basketballer Kobe Bryant. And Shaq had said that they're saying, you're not really sharing, you're not giving them the ball and stuff, and there's no I in team. And Kobe said, yeah, there's no I in team, but there's me in that. And Shaq said that's when Kobe gained his respect. Now, when you hear a statement like that, there's me in it, that is true, because if there's you in it, you want to strive for excellence, you want to do your best, you want to ensure that you're always on your A game. But let's look at that me a little bit closer. That ME in that statement could also come down to who you are as a person. What's your mindset? What's your approach? What's your energy? What is your attitude towards work and others? It's very, very important in anything that you do that you have the right foundation. And relationships really is what makes this whole industry work. And it doesn't matter what you are doing, where you are, but relationships are the foundation of anything. So we were just faced with COVID a while ago, unprecedented times. A lot of industries were deeply affected by it, but I can tell you that the industries that are resilient are the ones who are working towards a common goal, ones who have formed great relationships, and companies who have established great communication patterns. There is a sense of camaraderie that is a part of this business that we're in. I have had the honor of working with many companies in this industry. I have experienced different cultures. I've experienced different, just how companies are set up, how companies work in different ways. And one of the things that stand out to me is working with someone called Francois Saint-Just. Francois was one of the greatest leaders that I have ever encountered, because in everything that he has ever done, he's always made room for his team members, but always had that vision of where we were all going. And because he was able to do that so well, he could ask us as his team, hey, we're going to walk to Negril from Kingston. And if Francois said that to us, we definitely would have done that. Why? Because, again, he formed the communication with us and he formed that relationship with us where we totally respected him. Your talent, and everyone needs to understand this, that your talent is never for you. Your talent is always to serve others. Yeah? So if you are the greatest presenter ever, it's not going to really make a difference if you're the only one in the world who's going to appreciate your talent, or say, yeah, we love what you do. If you don't have the support of everyone else around you, your talent is never for you. Your talent is to serve others in anything that you do. In terms of this performance-based industry that we're in, again, let me just go back to that quickly, that we've had many, many, many stars who were performing so well, but who they were at the core was not enough to sustain their longevity. Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, the list goes on. These are persons who were so excellent at what they did, but at the core, they might not have done a lot of work on self. And because of that, they never necessarily had the longevity that they needed. So in this industry that you're in, whatever field it is, you have to ensure that you know who you are as a person and ensure that you honor that at all times. One of the things with this field that we're in is it's almost at times a very ungrateful industry. It can. Today you're up, tomorrow you're down. But in anything that you do, if teamwork is there and the team work is very important, you must express appreciation. Appreciation is usually the key to make the difference in how you communicate with others, especially when building resilience. You have to appreciate what everybody brings to the table, because this is not about you alone. It's always about the team effort. And if you were supposed to believe that it's all about you, this is not the field for you. You have to learn how to appreciate what everyone does and what everyone brings to the table before you criticize or complain. It's always appreciation over criticizing and complaining. And in any challenge that you go through, there's always an opportunity to find a solution, to dig deeper, to become the better version or the best version of yourself. If you have, for example, a ball and you wrap it with one rubber band, probably won't make a difference. Wrap it in 1,000 rubber bands or 2,000 rubber bands, for example. That is going to give so much more bounce to this one ball than it had before. That's teamwork. That's the core right there of teamwork. Alone, we can, of course, make steps or strides, but together we can accomplish so much more. So another thing that we want to talk about as we're going along is boundaries. In this industry, I tend to find that we bring so much of our personalities into our workspace, our environment, our school space, that we don't necessarily understand how our training or upbringing can impact the workspace or the area that we're in positively or negatively, right? And it is very important for us to be able to understand how our training affects how we see and view and perceive things. It's always easier for us to connect with people who see things the same way that we do. You're in an environment, you have a project to work on, you're going to connect with like-minded people, persons who you believe are, of a similar mindset. And you'd want to avoid and not be, part of a group where everyone sees things differently. But that's really what makes the world go wrong. What makes the world go wrong is the difference in who people are and understanding that. But again, communicating is really about setting boundaries for yourself once you understand who you are and not projecting any negative wiring or thought processes to any given situation that you're in. I'm going to wrap up in just a few, but a few takeaways for you is, again, when it comes on to resilient communication, you have to be able to find solutions, yeah? And you have to work together as a team. Again, no matter what it is that you're going through, no matter what it is that you are faced with in a workspace or a school environment, it is important to get the task at hand completed. But on the back end, don't be so focused on the performance aspect that you completely ignore who you are as a person. You want to zoom in on the things that you have in common with persons and zoom out on the things that you might not have in common with persons. So don't micro-focus or hyper-focus on things that are so different and you're so caught up in your own world that you can't see things differently, because everyone's opinion and their contribution is valid. That is what brings the diversity to life on a whole, and you want to be able to embrace that. Always be slow to speak and quick to hear. In this industry, we have so many signals. For example, you can stand by, you want to wrap up, you want to speed things up, you want to stretch. Those are forms of communication. And I tend to find that when you're communicating with someone verbally, people oftentimes want to just talk. They want to talk and not necessarily listen to what exactly is being said. So again, when it comes on to resilient communication or communicating, you want to ensure that you are slow to speak and quick to listen. Let's talk about how to keep cool conversations when your hot buttons are being pushed. You're in a space where anything can go wrong at any given time, but keeping a level head and being respectful to everyone within the situation is always a key to moving you forward to achieving your goal. So, I mean, the main lesson that I have learned in anything is building relationships. Relationships in how you, again, communicate with others, how you respect others, how you appreciate others, how you set your boundaries, and how you strive to being the best version of yourself, right? So for me, that is pretty much it. I'm so thankful for being here. I didn't want to make this long-winded at all. I just really wanted to, be here just to share some nuggets with you. Personally, I have been filming my television series. Last night I finished filming at 1 o'clock in the morning, and on my way home I ended up with a flat tire. Had to get that sorted out this morning. Ended up with another flat tire on the way here. But I just wanted to, be here to share with you whatever it is that I might be able to impart to help you along your journey. So I don't feel as cohesive as I usually am because of all those little things happening behind the scene. But the main thing that I want to encourage everyone to do is just please honor each other, respect each other, and when it comes on to communicating, say exactly what you feel, what is on your mind, what you need to express, but appreciate that there might be someone else's opinion that you want to make room for as you're doing.
Thank you very much, Kiki. But before you go, I have one question for you. Being a Jill of all trades, how do you manage the balance? Any tips for students who are multi-talented? How do you balance so well?
Follow your heart. Like, it sounds weird, but that's to, again, set boundaries and prioritize. Just take it as such, because we all are talented in many different ways, but it's what really speaks to us and what is tied in more to our purpose and will have long-lasting impact that will make the difference.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming and hope to see you next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, today's symposium and affirmation are sponsored by Trending Things, where they bring creative design to drink daily produce, whole flowers, specializing just to families, entities, custom trophies for your sport events and ceremonies. And last, Mrs. Taff Lewis and Mrs. Carl Morgan, friends of DCS. Now, how are you, Mahiri?
Well, we are, I want to say, halfway through. We're pretty much halfway through. We know we just had Kiki in the studio with us as well. Things are going very well. This is fixing up to be one of the greatest symposiums of all time.
Yeah.
And it's only going to get better as we continue on. So let's just talk about what we've learned so far, right? As we go back to the theme, resilient communication, paving the way to recovery. And we've learned a lot about resilience today. Kiki just told us a while ago. You have to be resilient when planning out what you're doing. Right, you can't just do whatever you feel like doing. Time management is very important because by managing your time wisely, you're able to succeed at multiple things. And you're able to not prioritize things that you don't need to be doing and wasting time when you should be focusing on things that you need to. I think that's a very important thing in communication studies.
And also taking opportunities. As she said, you have to create a way for yourself.
Yeah, sometimes it's not always just going to be...
It's not going to come to you
right in front of you. Sometimes you need to be the person that pushes the envelope, pushes your way, force yourself to the front of the line, so to speak. And all of that falls under resilient communication, which is exactly why y'all are here today, right? But what else is there that we can talk about, man? Because we've just gotten so much information. We even had Charlene Sharp in here earlier giving us the greetings, giving us a couple tidbits. Just a lot of things that take place during Symposium, man. It's just no ordinary day. But now, it's time
to throw to an ad right at this time.
Yeah.
It's almost that time again. What time, you ask? Time for the Department of Communication Studies' Week of Excellence 2022, under the theme, Resilient Communication, Paving the Way to Recovery. Join us for our daily activities starting on April 2nd with our church service at 10 a.m. April 3rd, our community convo at 4 p.m. April 4th, Global Connections at 10 a.m. April 5th, Showcase My DCS starting at 10 a.m. April 6th will be our Symposium and Affirmation ceremony. Symposium beginning at 10 a.m. and Affirmation beginning at 3 p.m. And April 7th will see our DCS Social at 6 p.m. Then we close things off with our Lignum Vitae Film Festival starting at 5:30 p.m. on April 10. DCS Week of Excellence is sponsored by our official media partner, the NCU Media Group. Other partners include... That is the Department of Communication Studies Week of Excellence 2022, April 2 to 7 and April 10. Don't miss it.
Journalism, TV, PR, radio. Still one family, get you know it. Tell you enough, me nah fi share no more info. Everywhere we go, we're at DCS for sure.
Innovation, nurturing, values, excellence, socially responsible and team-driven is the core of the Institute of Vocational Education and Skills Training, INVEST. Here at INVEST, we are invested in the empowering of individuals who access our training programs to maximize their potential in achieving personal growth and economic development. So, do you want to invest in your future? Then come join us. Located in the thriving business mecca of Montego Bay. Invest info at invest-ja.com. Invest.
Has been down. I had nothing. And I get emotional. This school gave me everything. And that kind of support for young people. I want to be a source of help for those young people so that this college can continue to lift young people up, give them hope, life.
And now we're going to go on another one. The breakout session for public relations. Looking forward to see you all. So,
see you guys later.
And I had nothing. And I get emotional. This school gave me everything. I made lifelong friends. All my friends today are people I met here. And I'm just grateful that it's here. And as far as I understand, it's still providing that kind of support for young people. I want to be a source of help for those young people so that people up, give them hope, life.
Discover your destiny at NCU, champions of the annual National Business Model Competition since its inception. Gain valuable work experience. Move yourself up the employment ladder. Boost your confidence to start your own business. Visit apply.ncu.edu.jm for the upcoming semester for the best values-based education in Jamaica today. NCU, owned and operated by the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Jamaica, Bahamas, Cayman, and the Turks and Caicos Islands. Call 963-7157 or 963-7254.
My name is Janet Reddy. Clara Care Services is a service that we provide to the community.
We provide persons to help people at home, providing a number of different types of services, which can include like domestic workers, home care assistants, live-in helpers, nannies, babysitters, and persons of that nature.
What Clara Care Services is an agency. It's with a twist because we do the vetting of their employees.
We send out compassionate, empathetic, and reliable people,
which include paid training opportunities. Or you can on WhatsApp at 1-876-286-2544.
We are back, we are back, we are back. Hello and welcome back from the break. I hope you are all refreshed and ready for our last two breakout sessions. It's DCS Week of Excellence Symposium 2022, and our theme for this year is resilient communication, paving the way to recovery. We are live on Facebook. We are live on YouTube at NCU DCS TV. And now we have an item for all of you today. Aaliyah Bryant will be delivering an item for us today. Take it away, Aaliyah.
Flows through my lips, your word moves through my hands, your thoughts stay on my mind, live in me. Your song flows through my lips, your word moves through my hands, your thoughts stay on my mind, live in me. And you can have all of me, have all of me, have all of me, 'cause I'm yours, and I give you all of me, give you all of me. God hears all of me, 'cause I'm yours, God, I'm yours. Yes, I'm yours. Your song flows through my lips, your word moves through my hands, your thoughts stay on my mind, live in me. Your song flows through my lips, your word moves through my hands, your thoughts stay on my mind, live in me. And you can have all of me, have all of me, have all of me, 'cause I'm yours, and I give you all of me, give you all of me, give you all of me, 'cause I'm yours. Your words, my mouth, your thoughts, my mind, your love, my heart, here's all of me. Your words, my mouth, and I give you all of me, give you all of me, give you all of me, 'cause I'm yours. You can have all of me, have all of me, have all of me, 'cause I'm yours, and I give you all of me, give you all of me. God hears all of me.
It's my mouth, your thoughts, my mind. That was a beautiful song by Ali Bryant. Thank you so much. And a wonderful way to go into our next breakout session. For those planning to attend, watch the TV breakout session. Please stay right here with us, and we will stream the event live here. However, the PR session, please join. The Zoom info is now going to be said. Now, your Zoom ID should be on screen, and the host should share their Zoom information. The meeting ID is 902-299-2166. There's no passcode. Again, the meeting ID is 902-299-2166, and this is for PR. As said before, the television emphasis will be here in studio. As said before, our sponsors are Trending Things, bring creative designs to drinkware, apparel, accessories, and all things you love. Extreme Groceries offers fresh produce daily, whole foods, green groceries, fresh water, fish, poultry, ground provision, cosmetics, and customer discounts. Patmar Flowers and Decor specialize in gift baskets, events, and floral arrangements, providing fresh and silk flowers and a wide range of decor. Now, OJ Coolers right here. We have the sorrel flavor and we have the pineapple flavor, along with a lot more flavors. Our Prime Awards and novelties, custom trophies for your sports event and award ceremonies and special occasions. Now, lastly, Mrs. Taff Lewis and Mrs. Carl Morgan, friends of DCS.
It's time.
It's time for TV and PR. So I hope you guys are ready. As said before, TV will be in studio right here at this time. And the PR, let me repeat the passcode for you guys one more time. That is 902-299-2166. That's 902-299-2166.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elisa Pernagas, and thank you for tuning in to us today in our TV breakout session. The theme for our breakout session this afternoon is Displaying Discipline and Diversity in TV Television. Joining us today is Dr. Dwayne Shedder. And just to tell you a little bit about Dr. Shedder, I've had the privilege, and it's indeed my privilege this morning to introduce him to you all. Dr. Dwayne Shedder has been working in the broadcast industry for over 20 years and has been lecturing in a college or university environment since 1996. He graduated from the Edna Manley College of Visual and Performing Arts, where he majored in drama in education. After graduation, he joined the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission, JCDC, under the Office of the Prime Minister as Information Officer. He later joined one of the largest television production facilities in the Caribbean, the Creative Production and Training Center Limited, CPTC, in 1988. Going on, in 1996, he joined the West Indies College, now Northern Caribbean University, as the media director and formalized the Media Center. Upon his arrival, recognized in the need for a communication degree, so he researched and wrote the curriculum of the Bachelor of Arts degree in Mass Communication and started the radio station WIC on 88.3 FM. Going down in 2007, he joined the faculty of Oakland University, where he assisted in the development of the broadcast journalism program. While at Oakwood, he produced and directed TV series for 3ABN and Hope Channel. He also wrote and produced and directed two He also wrote, produced, and directed two documentaries, The Rock 9 and A Dark Day in Harvest in 2014. Presently, he serves as the director of Oakland University Broadcasting Network and professor in the Department of Communication Studies. This is just a few of the things this veteran in media has done. Good morning, Dr. Cheddar.
Oh, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm fine. I'm doing well. Thank you so much. You know, I said earlier that I am privileged to do this introduction because you are one of the founders or the founder of this very degree that I'm currently pursuing. So for that, I say thank you.
Blessings to you.
All right. So our theme for this session, as I mentioned before, is displaying discipline and diversity in television. Our overall theme for our viewers who might just be joining is resilient communication, paving the way to recovery. I've been doing a lot of the talking. You can introduce yourself and tell me what do you think first of the overall theme. What are your thoughts on that? And then we can go into our breakout session theme.
Oh, I don't know where you guys came up with this idea, but it's a very good one in terms of where we need to go from here. Seeing that we have been out for 2 years in the industry, both television and film.
Right.
And COVID has really changed the way in which we display discipline. And, displaying discipline and diversity in television, it's a very big topic in which I don't think we can have enough time to do it today.
Right.
But I really like where you're coming from in terms of paving the way to recovery. And that's probably one of the things that we're going to look at later on today.
All right, thank you. So immediately, what you have your presentation. I'm going to let you go ahead and do that presentation. But just to let our viewers know, if they have any questions along the way, they can send it in the YouTube chat or in the Zoom chat, preferably.
Right.
And afterwards, after the presentation, if I see any questions, I will definitely direct them to you, Dr. Cheddar. Is that okay?
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
So let's start with paving the way to recovery. And let's look at what we have been going through. So as I said, COVID has changed the way in which everything happens nowadays, right? Even within our school system. Schools, colleges, TV stations, cable network, they all had elements of change. Because since March 2020, the US declared a national emergency and everywhere was shut down. See, in terms of discipline, everyone had to develop strict discipline to whatever area they were involved in. Online classes, study on your own, right? Professors had to find a way to teach classes, even the ones that were practical classes. We had to find a new way to teach classes. Students had to find a way to get to those classes. Television stations had to get creative in terms of their programming because their folks were getting sick. People couldn't go to work. Everywhere was closed. How am I going to get my information out to the public? Film, television industry had substantial impact too across the world. You know, cinemas, festivals, film festivals, TV shows had to be postponed or canceled. And there were fewer TV shows and films that were released in 2020, between 2019 and 2020. 2021 saw some coming back in, but a lot of them had to be postponed. So the discipline there, we had to get involved in terms of trying to see how way we could make things work. So box offices in the US, for example, saw a decline since 1998. Fewer movies were shown, seasons were postponed, and they had to realize that most of them had to postpone it until 2021 and even to 2022. In this industry, film and television, you must have a passion for it. I don't know how many of you guys are watching, how many of you have passion for what you do. If you don't have a passion, then this industry is not for you. For example, if you join the television industry, and let's say you're going into broadcast journalism, for example, you're not going to start out at the very top. So you've got to start at the very bottom, where you have to wake up maybe 3 o'clock, and you've got to go to work, start your 5 o'clock shift, because they're not going to give you a primetime shift. You're going to be getting a graveyard shift in the morning. Well, you've got to develop discipline to get to work on time and do what you're supposed to do. Now, let me get to this piece here. I just said get to work on time. In this industry, we are time sensitive. And I'm pretty sure most of you are in agreement with that. I know when I was in Jamaica and I was doing primetime news, if news comes on at 7 o'clock, it had to be at 7. Now, in our industry right now, we have gatekeepers. So if your commercial is to be played at certain points or a certain time, if you don't play them at that time, guess what happens? Someone is going to be talking to your station. Someone will be in problems. Someone has to pay for that because I've paid for my commercial to come on at 6:30. You know what? You made it came on at 6:31. I didn't pay for them. I have lost my audience. So you've got to pay, or somebody in that station has to pay for it. So time is critical. So when we talk about broadcast journalism or television, you've got to make sure you are there. So time is one part of it. Now, you also need to build skills that are necessary to be successful in this industry. And it takes more than commitment. Each of us have different skills. I'm pretty sure in your classes, I don't know what your teachers do. But for example, in my class here, if my class starts at 2:30, my door is locked at 2:35. So if you're out, you're out. I remember when I was working at CPTC, my managing director at the time, if you had an appointment with him and you were 5 minutes late, you had to make another appointment with his personal assistant to come and see him again because he wasn't going to sit around and wait for you. So time is critical. So being on time is one of the most critical things in this industry. Now, I know you're in Jamaica and you probably don't work with a lot of Caucasians, but I do here. And when we say 7 o'clock, we start, which is call time. Those guys are not there at 7. They're actually there probably from 6, setting up, make sure everything is ready at 6:30. So at 7 o'clock, they are ready to go. It's not just moving in. So we've got to develop discipline in terms of time, because time is money and you've got to pay for equipment. I don't know how you get equipment there, but if you rent equipment here, you've got to pay per hour or daily rates. Now, one of the things is that you can't have your clients waiting for you. You can't have clients waiting for you and you don't show up. The cameras I have in the studio here are 40 grand each, 40,000 US. So can you imagine? I am waiting for my camera crew to show up for a production to start at 8 o'clock and nobody's here. Time is money. So we can't afford to do that. And make sure you study your craft. The next thing that you guys need to develop in terms of discipline within your field and at school right now, your attendance. Your attendance is critical. So I tell my students, for example, here, that if you don't show up to do an assignment, whether it's going to be a practical assignment of a class, then don't expect to get a grade, because there are deadlines to be met. You must meet deadlines. So these are some of the things that you need to culture in terms of your craft. Your attendance, you need to be there. You're meeting deadlines. I'll give you an example. I do a lot of work for Hope Channel, 3ABN for the General Conference and so on. But when we have these guys coming here, they look at our students and say, okay, these are the ones who can do stuff. Now, if I ask you to come and to do something, to do a camera, to do sound, to do lighting, and you don't show up, when they ask me, who can you send to do this job for us? And it's paid job, then no way I'm going to look at you. I'm not going to look at you because I don't know what you can do. So make sure that you attend and you do what you need to. So meeting deadlines, attendance. Now, another thing is that you need to look at your dress code. So whatever production you're doing, there is always a dress code for it. Now, when I was at CPTC in Jamaica, and I used to do this program called Hill and Gully, and I don't know if any of you know that program, but when we go out on Hill and Gully, we go to the bushes. So I would dress appropriate for that. And when we're coming back, if my team would want to take a swim, let's say we go to Portland or we go to Mobby or wherever, they will say, okay, Cheddar, where are we going today? And I say, we're going this place, so take your trunks. And everybody will have their swimsuit ready. So I dress appropriate. But if I was going to Jamaica House to record something else, then I'm not going to wear just anything that I wear to the country. I'm going to dress appropriately for that because it's a different occasion. Now, the next thing is that you can't use personal time in your office to do things for yourself. When you get to your office or to your work environment, you are there to do work. I remember our editors could not take their cell phones inside the edit suite. They weren't allowed. Matter of fact, they were asked not to do that. And the phones in the edit suites, nobody could dial out. You had to go through an operator because it's a process. So if you're on a film set here, you can't take your phones with you and answer. You've got to take on your break. So you got to follow your company processes and procedures. And of course, harassment is one of it. So you got to make sure that you understand what you need to do. Now, having some technical understanding of every piece of production process is very important. I know some of you may not want to be director or a camera person or whatever, but you might want to be a scriptwriter. But you've got to know everything about production because that will help you to be able to write your scripts properly. So maybe you need to include some camera work, some lighting, some sound design, some post-production, whatever it is. Flexibility, being creative, be able to multitask is one piece that you need to do. I remember when I started out in television in Jamaica, if the reporter was going out, the reporter would have a camera person. They would have a sound engineer. They would probably have a lighting person and maybe a driver. But no, it's not like that anymore. It's convergence, which means that if you are going to be a broadcast person or an anchor, you've got to write your stories. You've got to research your stories. You've got to present your stories. You got to shoot your stories. You got to edit your stories and have them ready and meet deadlines. So those are some of the disciplines that I think you need to have. And this is where self-discipline comes in, because in this industry, you work long hours. I don't know if you know that or if you have started doing productions there, but pretty much sometimes we don't have any work hours. Here in the US, because we are governed by unions, it's a 12-hour shift, unless you make arrangements with your union people to go further. So you've got to display discipline, flexibility, and you're determined to do what you want to do. In this industry, you can't be lazy. There's no lazy person in this industry. If you're lazy, then it's not going to be for you because you've got to get up early in the morning. And worst of all, if you're going to be a production manager or director, you're going to be the first one up and the last one to your bed. So discipline is very important. So as a camera person, you must be disciplined to take unplanned shots. So I'm pretty sure in your television production classes, you do your camera scripts, you do your scripts, you do your floor plan and all of that. But there are times when there is no need for a shot because you've got to go with what we call as directed. So I don't want you to go away to think that, okay, you're going to do a concert and you're just going to swing it. No, you've got to do a script for your concerts. Even the Grammys have a camera script, and you must have a camera script for all of those. So television is a team effort. When last have you watched a TV show or a film and you look at those credits and you see one name? There's never one name there. You probably spend 5-10 minutes if you go to the theater just watching the credits scrolling up your screen. Now, an important point and discipline that you must take in television is that of pre-production. And I'm pretty sure that your professors would have mentioned to you that pre-production is critical to all aspects of production. And if you don't do pre-production, then you are going to fail. Now, COVID have changed the way in which we watch. So whether you are watching on the internet or on Facebook or Instagram, these organizations like Netflix and Hulu, and you name them, Google, they have taken over the way in which we show programs. So we have more eyeballs on our computers right now because we use our phones, right? Yeah, we tend to use phones. So streaming companies need lots more products. They need more products right now because we are tending to watch more on our phones rather than even going to theaters or on television. So streaming companies, they need more. And this is where you come in. You come in terms of diversity, because when you look at the Oscars and the Emmys, who are you seeing in those awards? Pretty much not us. So diversity is very critical. So in diversity, television has been more popular than film. Hollywood has made some shifts, yes, towards the inclusion of being diverse, but it is not as much. They have improved a lot more in television, and even executives are coming up in TV. Some are in television. So let me give you an example, and let's shift away from television. If you look at basketball, a lot of the Black folks here want to be basketball players. But why do we want players? Why don't we want to be the top guy who owns his basketball team? Similar to TV and film production. Why do we just want to be the camera person or the lighting person? Why don't we want to be the executive producers? And that's where I think we should go, because of Netflix and Hulu and all those streaming platforms. They have opened up an avenue for every single person who wants to get their things on. They have an opportunity to do so. No, don't get me wrong. Not everyone is just going to get on Netflix or Hulu or Google. No, it's not going to work like that. You've got to do some work before. So you've got to make sure that they know who you are. Now, for example, in film and television, and I'll get back to that in a minute when I show you some video clips. TV and film productions supported more than 185,000 jobs here in the US, bringing wages to about 18 billion. UCLA had a study in 2020 about minorities. And among those digital programs, 10% of show creators were minorities, only 10%. So this is opening up now for more minorities to be involved. Women, for example, there were only 20% in terms of average creators out of that 10% that were minorities. So there is a platforms that are opening up for us. Since the pandemic, there has been an increase in programs for broadcast. Diverse audience prefer to see themselves. I'm pretty sure you want to see yourself more on television. Viewers want to see themselves on the screen. Well, when I say themselves, not necessarily literally yourself, they want to see someone like you. So digital entertainment have increased since 2020 to more than 62 billion, which is a 31% increase because of streaming devices like HBO Max and Netflix and Hulu and Sling TV and Apple Plus and Prime Video, you name all of them. These platforms are putting out more movies, more TV shows. Now, I want to come back to that piece where I said to you that you've got to prove yourself. And when I say prove yourself, you've got to prove yourself in terms of what you can do. So the quality of your programs, the quality of what you do should speak for itself. Minorities outside of Jamaica, Caribbean, you need to be twice as good. For example, a couple of years ago, and I won't say when, but when I was working at CPTC, I applied for a scholarship to study at the BBC. Well, I sent in the application and I got a response from them to say, we only take 8 people from around the world per time. And I said, oh, wow. Well, 8 people from around the world, Jamaica, we're so small and little meat, no. So I threw it aside, the application and the response, and I said, forget that, that's not for me. But a few weeks after, I got a response from them to say that you were selected. I was selected to be one of 8 from around the world. And I got the opportunity to go to BBC to study television production, direction, and script writing. But when I came back, my work improved quite a lot. From then, I have not applied for a single job. I've never applied for another job because my work spoke for me. An example, while I was there, someone saw a music video that I did years ago. I don't remember whose music video it was, but some producer from Germany called me and said, hey, we heard about you. We want you to direct this music video for us. We're going to send a guy from Germany. He's coming to Jamaica to pick him up, and you're going to do the music video. What's your cost? And I told him, outline everything. Well, cut a long story short, we did a music video. The artist enjoyed it, loved it, went back to Germany. It was on the top 10 chart for 7 weeks in Germany and France. But the guys from Germany called me and said, hey, we don't like this music video. We don't like what you did. And I said, what is it that you want? They says, well, you know what? It's too much for us to come to Jamaica. So this is what we're going to do. We want you to come to a meeting with us in Germany and see what we're talking about. So they flew me to Germany. I spent a week in Germany, but the meeting lasted 3 hours. The meeting lasted 3 hours. I had a vacation in Germany for 1 week. On my way, I stopped back in London, spent 2 weeks in London, all paid by these guys in Germany. Why? Because they saw my work. Now, let me explain to you what they didn't want. For them, they didn't want to see the artist more than once or twice, just at the beginning and the end. That's what they said. For them, in their minds, Jamaica had beaches and girls, and that's all they wanted to see. Beaches and girls. They didn't care about storytelling or anything. But that's what I did. I told the story, and they didn't like it, but that's what happens. So when I left CPTC and came to NCU2, I didn't apply for NCU either. The president came and asked me, said, Chelly, you have been doing all these work for us. You're on the union committee, you're on the conference committee, you're helping us at NCU, you do all our graduations. Why don't you come to NCU and work? Oh, he was Doug Weston's college at the time. I gave it some thought and I said, all right, let's try. And I went. But from there, I have never applied for a job. Even here, I came here, been all these places, done so many things, and I never applied for a job. Some of the people that I've worked with, for example, like artists, in terms of music in Jamaica. When I was in Jamaica, I helped to produce the Brooklyn Tab choir when they came there. I did, I did some outside of the church too. For example, Papa San and Bujo and Tony Rebel and a couple of those guys. I produced some of those programs while I was at CPTC. But coming here, I had the opportunity to work with some of the bigger artists. And not because of I was here, but because of what I did and what they have seen. People like Donnie McClurkin, Yolanda Adams, Kirk Franklin, C.C. Winers, Sandy Patty, Anthony Brown, Jonathan Nelson, Fred Hammond, Richard Smallwood, Walls Group, you just name it. All of those guys, I have produced shows for them. I've produced and directed shows. And I wanted to show you 2 clips, if I can share my screen, 2 short clips of some of the things that we have done. Just recently, about a month ago, I directed the Easter special for ABC and NBC. And I've been doing this. This is my 7th or 8th year producing Easter and Christmas specials for ABC and NBC. And I just wanted to show you a promo of one of them that we did. Now, can I share my screen? And I will go to.
Yes.
Okay, let's see which.
Be sharing.
Yes, I'm gonna see which one. Oh man, it's so small. Let me see if I can.
In the meantime, this is all of these promos. This was during the COVID period.
No, I can show you one. The one that we did in COVID, we just, that was, I think it was one of them, one of those promo.
Okay.
But I'm trying to share here, and okay. So here it is. Are you seeing it?
I'm seeing your screen.
You don't see it?
I'm seeing you hovered over video.
Okay. So let me pause it. Okay. So you're seeing me here. I don't think this is the. Stop sharing. Okay. Let's try again.
Dr. Cheddar, you can double click on the video.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. I double click on my thing, but it's. Are you seeing that?
Not seeing the video, we're still seeing the file.
You're seeing this, right?
And the various files.
So let's see. I'm looking at the files too, and okay. So let me close here. Let me try again and share. I'm gonna open it again and see if I can find. It was in an NCU folder that I had.
All right, so look for the
right,
video.
okay, so we can answer some questions if you have questions for me.
Not a problem. I love the fact that you dissected the discipline aspect of it and smoothly transition into the diversity in television, mentioning about the Hulu, the Netflix, that others are, that our young people in particular, our main viewers, have been tuning into, especially during discovery. What my question to you is really, how is it we can mesh the two, the discipline and the diversity, in this recovery stage that we're in?
Okay, so nobody's going to employ anyone if you don't have discipline in terms of being on time, able to go to work, nobody's going to employ you if you're not going to do what you need to do in terms of being on time, your dress code. Can you work in terms of do what you need to do at your workplace without working with doing your own thing at the workplace?
Right. Okay, I think we have the video up. We're seeing your video.
Oh, you're seeing it?
Yeah, we saw your video just now.
Okay.
We can play it and then get back to the question. Yes, Dr. Chede, you can start from the top. Start it over. We're seeing and hearing it.
You want me to start this from the top?
Yes.
Okay.
We're not hearing the audio now.
Really? Okay, so are you hearing the audio now?
My producer is saying that you can just navigate us through the video.
Okay.
We are seeing, but we're not hearing.
So I'm sorry. So this is the audio is playing and I'm hearing it in my headphones. So this is a promo for a couple of them that we did.
Mm-hmm. Right.
With Kirk Franklin. So this is the Oakwood University Church, where we set our programs. So you will see some of the artists that we have used in our programs. So that's Kirk Franklin here. So there we have Fred Hammond, Donnie McClurkin, okay, so that's one that we did with all these guys. But let me just say this to you guys, that the very first year I did this program with them, I think 2014, ABC brought in all their people. They brought in their producers, their directors, camera crew, and I gave them 1 or 2 people to work basic cameras. And when they saw what we could do, because they came a little early, they said, well, you guys didn't need us. From that first event, ABC, NBC have never showed up at the church again. They will only send a producer. So I've produced it, I've directed it, and all the technical crew for that show or those shows, they're all my students. Students run the camera, students do the sound, students help us with lights. We bring in 1 or 2 folks to help us to do stuff. But I'm just saying to you, if you've got the discipline and can work on your on time, because there are students who came to me and said, hey, can I be on the show? And I told them straight up, no, because you have not expressed or showed me that you are capable of doing this. So when I offer them the opportunity to do stuff and they don't show up, when the big times come in to do shows like these, I'm not going to put them on camera. I'm not going to have them to be my production assistant or anything, because I don't know what they can do. But I just want to say to you, like, you guys, your students, you too can do things like this. And so every single worker on this were my students, and they get paid, and they get paid very good too, because ABC paid for it.
I truly love the honesty and you bringing out the discipline there. Back to the question that we were saying before the video now, how is it applying it just a little bit more for us and for our viewers, how displaying both can help us pave the way to recovery?
Well, as I said, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying to be more a bit more practical, because definitely even in that example a while ago that you mentioned, with students wanting to be on the production, it took mainly discipline. So that's what I'm saying with how is it that discipline and the diversity part, because we want to kind of bring it home and bring in the application. How is the diversity can come into play along with the discipline as we recover from COVID?
Sure. So first of all, we talk about the discipline. The discipline areas are being on time, your attendance, your meeting deadlines, and so on. You've got to make sure you can do all of these. But the thing is, I'll give you an example. Oakwood is probably one of 8 schools that we have here in North America, owned by the church. But when the General Conference, so I've been working at the GC since 2000, producing the General Conference sessions since 2000. I've been helping them to do And everyone that we have been to since I've been here, I've taken students with me to be camera, sound, technical operator, and so on, to be on them, to work with it. What am I saying? They have been to other schools too. And I don't necessarily need to call the names because you know some of the names. But when they have gone to the other schools, these guys have discipline. But guess what happened? They don't know what to do. And so they like to call on my Oakwood students because, one, they don't have to teach them anything in terms of running camera or being even a producer on any show. They don't have to do that because they are trained to do that. Two, they are very respectful. And a lot of times they go to the other universities and they can't find any students. So even although the other students are disciplined in some area, in terms of diversity, my guys are getting the edge on them because the discipline in terms of what they do, they understand what it takes to do a television program. They understand all the elements of it. They understand all the people who are involved in making it work. And so they do this, and the hands-on experience that they gain from classwork or their own shows or what they do with me at the church helps them to move out further into other areas. For example, I have a number of students who are graduating in the next few weeks from here. One of them came to tell me yesterday that they did an internship at Disney, and Disney has offered to give him another internship when he graduates in May for 6 months, and then they're going to employ him full time. Now, that's diversity because he is a Black student moving into a different world. Now, you too can do that, but you've got to get there. What I'm saying to you now is that NCU has a very good film festival and that you have every year. With your films, you can go places because if you take them to Sundance Film Festival or whichever festival you can find, that's where a lot of our guys started out. For example, Spike Lee and all those guys, that's where they started. They started in film festivals, taking their things going. So if you want to get into the big industry, go to those places. Don't expect to start big. It's not going to happen. Start there, maintain your discipline in terms of meeting deadlines. Don't tell your clients that you're going to give them on the 20th of this month, and the 20th come and next year, you still haven't given them. So you've got to make sure that you're able to do that.
I have another question. This is coming from one of the chats. No, and apparently this is from base of what you said. The going into the what are some of the methods or the advice I might add that you give to teachers, instructors, facilitators as to ensuring and enhancing the discipline and encouraging the diversity going forward, even upon leaving the university as students? What advice would you give the teachers? Is there any methods? Know that the time has changed. Any advice?
Right. Okay. So gone are the days when you can take up a paper like this and say, here's my diploma. I've done 4 years. Nobody, especially here in the US, wants to just see paper. You've got to do a portfolio. And I would suggest to the teachers there that you start building portfolios from year one. For example, I had a student, he's now one of the technical directors at Hope Channel. And I was in the room with him when he was doing his interview. But one of the things that he did, he showed them work that he did from his very first semester when he got here with me. And then he showed them work that he did right up until he graduated and other works that he did outside. And they saw the progress that he made. I'm saying to all the teachers, just not do the theory, but because this is a practical piece, do some practical work. Give your students practical assignments to do. If they're going to be news anchors, send them out there. Let them cover news stories. Let them do things. If you're going to do productions, do productions. allow them to do some productions in class. I don't know if this continues, but maybe Miss Daly might remember. But when I wrote the program for NCU, when I was at CPTC, Karamak, UE, they were the only ones who were doing a degree in communication. But when I was at CPTC, all the students who came from Karamak to CPTC had to train him all over because they didn't know what to do. They had book knowledge, but they had no practical experience. So when I wrote the degree program for NCU, I incorporated at least 40% practical. I don't know if that still remains, but what I would suggest, you need to keep that because that's what your employers and even grad schools are asking for nowadays, a portfolio.
Thank you for that. Another question, and this is narrowing it down to the diversity side of things. Earlier in your presentation, you were speaking of diversity not only through the channels that we take or the different mediums. However, in ourselves, we're supposed to be diverse, having not only can write, script writing, we can also take up the camera, we can direct, we can produce. The diversity side of it, what if it's a case where, sorry about that, the diversity side of it, is it because we're now being exposed to different ways of watching, right? Does that mean that the traditional way is dying? And if it's so, in your opinion and in your expertise, this is a personal question, do you think that the traditional way of broadcasting is dying? And if so, how can we recover it that way?
I don't think it's dying because normally a film takes a few months to finish, right? A few months, few years, depending on the film. But for projects like Netflix and Hulu and all those guys, they tend to want to get them fast. Mm-hmm. So the quality that you would probably get from a film that takes a few years from concept to reality, you probably won't get the same quality out there. And I don't know, but I still think that people are going to go for quality. So the cinemas are not going to die for now. I mean, they're going to be reduced because people can watch their things on their phone. Mm-hmm. But in terms of the quality, it's not going to be as much. I like Tyler Perry, but
likewise.
But when you look at some of his programs or his shows, they are not necessarily the best, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm just saying, he provides an avenue for someone like us to get into. So Netflix, HBO, Max, and all of those, they provide an avenue for us to start. Now, once you start there, doesn't mean that you need to stay there. You can move on. Now, Tyler Perry has some very good ones that are not necessary for Netflix only. He's got some for the big market too. So he does both. So if you can start somewhere and then come into it, then by all means do so. But I don't think the market is dying. In terms of moving in to what we're going in terms of diversity and getting in, this is a way to do it. This is a way to move forward. I know NCU do your film festival, and I don't know, do you invite other schools to be part of it?
Well, currently we're building network not only locally but internationally. So right. I think in a couple of years, even by next year, we should be having persons.
Right. So if you invite, if you invite other schools to be part of it, and you start moving out, then that's one way to get there. But that's not all. You can also apply to other film festivals here in the US and in Europe. Send your films, because that's where movie makers go. That's where they go to look at these films, and they will purchase those films from you guys right there on the spot, and then make them move on. So that's one way to get in.
Noted. My final question as we wrap up this session is when is it you're coming back to NCU for these newbies and these post-pandemic children,
I wish I was there now because I'm pretty sure the weather is better. Because today we are 70 and tonight we're going to be down in like 40 something degrees. So you see what I'm saying? Yes. I don't know. I think your department chair, Ms. Daly, and our department here is probably working to see what we can do. No, apart from the departments, I think my president wants us to start looking at helping or trying to collaborate with other universities like NCU and University of Southern Caribbean. Because I know we started doing some things, and I'm pushing for it to happen. I would love to come back to NCU, maybe even a summer to teach a summer class. I don't know. Whether it's going to be...
Love the sound of that.
Whatever it's going to be in script writing or production or directing, I'd love to do that. Actually, when I came to NCU, I brought like 7 people with me to NCU. I think 2 are still there. Roma Tomlinson, she's still there, right?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Right. So when I came there, Roma was one of the guys I brought there. Jono was one who I brought in terms of production. But in terms of teaching, I had people like Faye Ellington and Jerry McDaniel and Monica Brown. Couple people like those were teaching for us at NCU. So, yeah, I would love to come back and teach a class or 2. I can't tell you when, because most times I come for vacation, or when I'm on vacation.
Okay.
You guys are out too.
Well, as a media person, even when you're on vacation, you still work here and there,
If you talk to John and Kelly, they'll tell you when I'm on vacation, I'm always there. But everybody's out. And also Miss, she's going to kill me. I don't remember her name. She's over with Kelly over into this radio station. Anyway.
That's fine. Thank you so much, Dr. Cheddar, for such inspiring and refreshing and reminders as to the discipline that we need to display, and also our diversity in television as we pave the way to recover. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Anytime. And I just want to put something out there to Miss Daly and those who are listening. 2019, I did offer a young lady, and I don't remember her name. She wanted to come and do internship with us at Breath of Life. Maybe not this summer, but I still would like to open it up for students at NCU to probably come and do some internship with us here. Because I don't know if you know, I'm also the producer for the Breath of Life program here in the US.
Well, Doctor, I'm sure my chair is listening, and maybe soon after this session she'll be giving you a call or an email will be sent. But we really thank you for the offer, and I'm sure we'll be taking that up in a couple of weeks, because this semester soon comes to an end and many of us have already applied for internship. Thank you so much.
Is there time, like a minute or, I think it's 1.5 minutes. I wanted to show up one of the documentaries that I did for ABC.
Okay, my producer is saying that we do have a minute or 2 to share that, so you can do so.
All right, let me go tornado. Are you seeing it?
Yes, I am seeing it.
Let's hope you hear the sound.
We're not hearing the audio.
No audio? Wow.
No audio.
I'm hearing it in my headset.
We're not hearing it.
Oh wow. All right, I'm going to stop it. Sorry about that. But I did this documentary because the tornado actually was about 1.5 miles from my house. And it hit down trees in my neighbor's yard going. And luckily for me, I had my camera at home. And the news department, the news stations could not get into where we were. And so I ended up going out to help the people and took my camera and just talked to the guys and take some shots. And at the end of it, I made a documentary and ABC took it from me to show. So that's the essence of it.
Okay, a media person 24/7. It's you had a camera at home. And
yeah,
that's
my camera.
Oh, okay, wow. Really inspiring. Thank you so much, Dr. Cheddar, for being here and sharing everything with us. Again, we more than likely will be contacting you and taking you up on that offer. But once again, thank you for being here, taking the time out and sharing with us. At this time, we will be going back to our main host to wrap up things, and just stay tuned.
Thank you, Alyssa. But before we're actually back, we'll be having an item by Matthew Thomas.
Before we get to Matthew Thomas, let's just talk about what we just heard. Let's just talk about what Mr. Cheddar just talked to us about. He was talking about being passionate. I think that's a very important thing. I feel like there are some people that do media that aren't necessarily passionate about what they want to do. Some might fall under peer pressure, choose an emphasis that they don't actually want to do. But as it regards me, I picked radio because it was something that I was very passionate about. I picked radio because it was something I was very passionate about, and I made sure that it wasn't something that I was forced into doing. I made sure that it was something that I myself wanted to do. And it worked out because it's something I enjoy doing, and it's something that I chose to do. Can you say the same about TV?
I can. I've been on TV from a small age. So being on the stage for me is like home. It doesn't feel like something I have to force. It's something natural. And for me, I feel like being passionate about something, that's the key, because if you're in an emphasis that you don't like, you're going to end up going a job you definitely don't like. So being in radio for you, you love it. I love radio as well because, you know, I'm a singer.
Yeah.
And I believe that, as I said, it's something that you should love. Something that you should be knowledgeable of too.
Yeah. Because
you don't want to go in it just with you having the skill. As Mr. Cheddar was saying, you have to have some form of knowledge of what you're doing.
And he was also talking to us about how strict he was with deadlines because of how the working world really is. And that he can probably give you leeway if you are a student, but it will probably manufacture just kind of a losing mentality in you. It's like he's teaching you that you need to be on time at all times because that's how media works.
Time is literally money, because even on radio, you know, every time slot
and
is needed.
That's something he said too. About if the ad is 1 minute late,
you have to pay for it.
You have to pay for it.
Somebody has to pay for it.
But yeah, we are so pleased to have Dr. Cheddar with us. Dwayne Cheddar, rather, with us. We are together again. Breakout sessions are complete. We would just like to give a big thanks to Mrs. Michelle Letman and Donna Say Fletcher Robinson for hosting the PR session that was taking place alongside the TV session that you probably just watched if you were here on the YouTube stream. We'd also like to thank Mr. Dwayne Cheddar and Miss Alyssa Prendergast for hosting the television session.
And finally, we have arrived to the finish line. We want to say a big thank you to all of you guys who are joining us and participating. No, don't forget that we're sponsored by Trending Things, bringing creative design, drinkware, apparel, accessories, and all the things you love.
Yes, we are also sponsored by Extreme Groceries, offering fresh produce daily, whole foods, green groceries, fresh water, fish, poultry, ground provisions, cosmetics, and customer discounts.
Pat Marv Flowers and Decor specializes in gift baskets, events, and floral arrangements, providing fresh and silk flowers and a wide range of decor.
And we have right here on our table, OJ Coolers offers an impressive blend of products that caters to the entire family, including fruit juices, milk-based products, and to a lesser extent, fruit-flavored drinks.
And don't forget Prime Awards and novelties, your custom trophies and sports events, award ceremonies, and your special occasions.
And last but certainly not least, we'd like to thank Mrs. Taft Lewis and Mrs. Carol Morgan, friends of DCS.
This was DCS Symposium 2022. I am Anthony Atkinson.
And I am Mahiri Stewart.
Stay tuned for our DCS affirmation ceremony at 3 p.m.